Vishnu Pad Paramahamsa Parivraj Acharya Astatars of Krishna His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Vishnu Pad Paramahamsa Parivraj Acharya Astatars of Krishna His Divine Grace Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Shikaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasati Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Go Gopinath Shamakunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Ki Jai. Vrindavan Dana Ki Jai. Navadvip Dana Ki Jai. Jamuna Mai Ki Jai. Ganga Devi Ki Jai. Tulsi Maharani Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. All glorious to the assembled devotees, all glorious to the assembled devotees, all glorious to the assembled devotees, all glorious to Shri Shri Guru and Shri Guru, all glorious to Shri
Krishna. We are from ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor. I'd like to welcome everyone for the morning program. Very cool. So today is Saturday, 13th of February 2021, and this morning's Chaitanya Charitamrita class will be given by His Grace Rupa Vilas Prabhu. And this evening's Bhagavad Gita class will be given by His Grace Sam Prabhu. So we continue reading from Srila Prabhupada Shikshamrita, a letter to Bhagwan Prabhu on 10th December 1971. It says, I very much approve your enclosed brochure, and I am pleased by your festival plan for the colleges all over the state. Actually, this roving Sankirtan and college program is the most appropriate plan for spreading Krishna consciousness and preaching. I have just received intimation from Rupanuga for a very large festival he is planning in Central Park. His conjuncture is very nice, and I want that many such festivals should be held in every city. I have one suggestion, that on some days you make a tent in that backyard garden to accommodate many guests and provide profuse prasadam to all. Srila Prabhupada ki, Srimati Tulsi Maharani ki. Devi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye Priyaye Kesavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye Priyaye Kesavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Shrimati Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi ki. Vishnu Bhakti Paridevi Satyavataye Namo Vishnu Bhakti Paridevi Satyavataye Namo Vrindaye Tulsidevyaya Priyaye Kesavasya Vishnu Bhakti Paridevi Satyavataye
Let's offer our respectful obeisances unto the motivation of devotees of the Lord. Just like desiratories, we can fulfill the desires of everyone and are full of compassion for wonderful conditioned souls. And the motivation of Vrinda One should chant the holy names of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than a straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and ready to offer all respects to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy names of the Lord constantly. There are 10 offences to be avoided in the matter of chanting the holy names of the Lord, and they are as follows. 1. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives to propagating the holy names of the Lord. 2. To consider the names of demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the names of Lord Vishnu. 3. To disobey the orders of the spiritual master. 4. To blaspheme Vedic literatures in pursuance of the Vedic version. 5. To consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be in imagination. 6. Give some interpretation on the holy names of the Lord. 7. To commit sinful activities on the strength of chanting the holy names of the Lord. 8. To consider the chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the auspicious ritualistic activities offered in the Vedas as fruitive activities, karma kanda. 9. To instruct a faithless person about the glories of the holy name. And 10. To not have complete faith in chanting the holy names, and to maintain material attachments even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also an offense to be inattentive whilst chanting. Every devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must carefully guard against all these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success. Krishna praying. Shri Harina Prabhu ki Jai.
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, His Divine Grace of Charanaravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Jaya Vishnupad Paranam Saparivrajagacharya Statara Siddha Shishimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Nanda Kuti Vishnavrinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shama Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhana Ki Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Shri Matwa Dvaka Dham Ki Jagrapuri Dham Ki Ayodhya Dham Ki Mayapur Navadip Dham Ki Ganga Maya Ki Yamuna Devi Ki Bhakti Devi Ki Tulsi Maharani Ki Samaveda Gaura Bhaktivinoda Ki Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki Nitai Gaur Premanande Hiri Hiri Oh glories to the Sankar devotees Hare Krishna Oh glories to the Sankar devotees Hare Krishna Oh glories to the Sankar devotees Oh glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga Oh glories to Srila Prabhupada
Master, and the only way by which we can attain pure devotional service. I bow down to His lotus feet to create awe and reverence. By His grace one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. Nobody wishes to have my consciousness purified by the words emanating from His lotus mouth. Attachment to His lotus feet is a perfection that fulfills all desires. He opens my darkened eyes and fills my heart to transcendental knowledge. He is my Lord birth after birth. From Him ecstatic prema emanates. By Him ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of His character. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, friend of the poor, Lord and master of the devotees. O Master, be merciful unto us. Give us the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds. We take shelter at your lotus feet. Srila Prabhupada Ki! Jana Yashodana Dana Baja Jana Rajana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Karo More Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Karo More Tama Bina Ke Dayalo Jagat Samsare Toma Bina Ke Dayalo Jagat Samsare Patita Pavana Hetu Tava Avatar Patita Pavana Hetu Tava Avatar Mosama Patita Prabhu Napai Beha Mosama Patita Prabhu Napai Beha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Karo More Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Ha ha Prabhu Nityananda Premananda Sukhi Ha ha Prabhu.
Sincere or Gracious Srila Prabhupada. This is Bhaktivedanta Manor community here, and we are very eagerly waiting for your class today. Thank you for joining us and delivering the Chaitanya Charitamrita class today. And we've got a lot of devotees online as well as in the temple room, Mayapur TV, and so on. We are very, very privileged to actually have your association with us, and happy that you can come on board and tell us a little bit about Srila Prabhupada as well as Chaitanya Charitamrita classes. I'd just like to welcome you with 3 loud Haribols. His Grace Rupa Vilas Prabhu ki Jai. Hari Bol, Hari Bol,
Hari Bol, Hari
Bol.
Bol.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall I just begin now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, the Madhya Lila, chapter 6, text 121 through 127. Jai Jai Sri Chaitanya, Jai Nityananda, Jai Dvaita Chandra, Jai Gaur Bhaktivedanta. Vedanta Shravan e Sanyasira Dharma, Nirantara Karatumi Vedanta Shravan. Hearing the Vedanta philosophy this is of course Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya speaking. The Bhattacharya said, hearing the Vedanta philosophy is a sannyasi's main business. Therefore, without hesitation, you should study Vedanta philosophy, hearing it without cessation from a superior person. The translation of this translation is interesting because Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya is claiming to be a superior person. Well, as a Pandit, of course, he was, but it's an interesting translation. He was certainly superior in terms of age and in terms of reputation at that point, because Lord Chaitanya was just a young sannyasi at the time, and not a whole lot was known about him. Next verse, Prabhu kahi more tumi kara anugraha. Say kartavya tumi ye mora kaha. Lord Chaitanya replied, you are very merciful to me, and therefore I think it is my duty to obey your order. Satadina pariyanta aiche karen shravane. Bhalamanda nahi kahi vasi matra shune. Thus for 7 days continuously, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu listened to the Vedanta philosophy expounded by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. However, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not say anything and did not indicate whether it was right or wrong. He simply sat there and listened to the Bhattacharya. Ashtama divase tande puche sarvabhauma satadina karatume Vedanta shravan. On the 8th day, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you have been listening to the Vedanta philosophy from me continuously for 7 days. Balamanda kanahi kaha raha mona dhari, bhuja ki na bhuja iha bhujate na pari. You have simply been listening, fixed in your silence. Since you do not say whether you think it is right or wrong, I cannot know whether you are actually understanding Vedanta philosophy or not. Prabhu kahi, Murka ami, nahi adhyayana, tomar aghyate matra kariye shravan. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, I am a fool, and consequently I do not study Vedanta Sutra. I am just trying to hear it from you because you have ordered me. Text 127, Sanyasira dharma dhagi shravan matra kari, tumiye artha kara bhujite napori. Only for the sake of executing the duties of the renounced order of sannyas do I listen. Unfortunately, I cannot in the least understand the meaning you are presenting. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu presented himself as if he were a sannyasi in name only, or in other words, the number one fool. Mayavadi sannyasis in India are very accustomed to declaring themselves Jagat Gurus, teachers of the world, although they have no information of the outside world, and are limited in their experience to a small town or village, or perhaps to the country of India. Nor do such sannyasis have sufficient education. Unfortunately, at the present moment, there are many foolish sannyasis, both in India and elsewhere, who simply read and study Vedic literature without understanding the purports. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was having his discussion with the Chand Kazi, the Mohammedan magistrate of Navadvip, he recited a verse from Vedic literature to the effect that the order of sannyas is prohibited in this age of Kali. Only those who are very serious and who follow the regulative principles and study Vedic literature should accept sannyas. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu approved of a sannyasi's reading Vedanta Sutra or Brahma Sutra, but he did not approve the Sharirak commentary of Shankaracharya. Indeed, he said elsewhere, Mayavadi Bhasya Shunile Hoy Sarvanash. If one hears the Sharirik Bhashya of Shankaracharya, he is doomed. Thus, a sannyasi, a transcendentalist, must read Vedanta Sutra regularly, but he should not read the Sharirak Bhasya. This is the conclusion of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The real commentary on Vedanta Sutra is Srimad Bhagavatam, Arthoyam Brahmasutranam. Srimad Bhagavatam is the original commentary on Vedanta Sutra written by the author himself, Srila Vyasadeva. Om Jnana Timirandasya Gnanjana Salakaya. Chakshur Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So, this is a very interesting purport. It gives a little bit of background of how things were then and how they have continued on into the future in relation to the Mayavad philosophy and Mayavad sannyas. Now, Bhattacharya, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, was not one of these uneducated persons. First of all, he wasn't a sannyasi, but he was a very, very famous Pandit, so much so that he actually educated all the other sannyasis. The Mayavad sannyas at that time in India, that was the predominant, practically the only recognized form of sannyas, especially in Bengal. And so this professor, he was like a professor, was very, very widely known as the greatest scholar of his day. Prabhupada writes about him in the Adi Lila, the 10th chapter. He says that Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was the greatest logician of his time in India. And he had originally studied Nyaya, logic, at Mithila in Bihar, and he became a student of this famous professor whose name was Pakshadhara Mishra. But the characteristic of this particular scholar was that he didn't let anyone take notes in his classes. But Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was such a genius, and had what we call photographic memory, or sometimes it's called eidetic memory. So he memorized all of the explanations given by this Pandit, Pakshadhara Mishra. And then when he went back to Navadvip, he established a school for logic there in Navadvip. And then Navadvip became famous for Nyaya, or logic. And that made it diminished the importance of Mithila. So he became the leader. Bhattacharya became the leader of all students of logic. So this was a great personality. In some cases, he has been described as the greatest logician, the greatest scholar in all of India at the time. And according to the Gauragadadesh Deepika, he was an incarnation of Brihaspati. So you can just imagine, he's sitting down to have a discussion. Ordinarily, most anybody else would have been incredibly intimidated. And it's very interesting to see the logic that Lord Chaitanya assumed in his dealings with Bhattacharya. Very, very respectful, as we can see from the verses we read. He was very respectful. He took the offer by Bhattacharya to teach him Vedanta. He took it. This is my duty. You're ordering me. I'll certainly have to do it. And then while he was being instructed for 7 days, he didn't utter a word. So this sets up a very interesting, tactical situation. Lord Chaitanya is actually employing at this point tactics. And the tactic is that he's approaching the Bhattacharya as a great authority. And he's approaching him also very humbly. So this can easily win. It's similar to the situation when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to and met with Prakashananda Saraswati in Benares. At that time, he also took a very, very humble position, sitting with the shoes outside the meeting place of the Benares sannyasis, taking a very humble position, and made similar claims that he was just a fool, that his guru said, you're not fit to study Vedanta philosophy, and you just chant Hare Krishna. And he was explaining that by that chanting, he had become so enlivened and so ecstatic that he just didn't have any taste for anything else, including Vedanta. But then when the philosophical discussions began, then we start to realize, even Bhaktivedanta Thakur in one of his writings said that even if you don't accept Lord Chaitanya as an incarnation of God, he still proved himself to be the greatest pundit that ever lived, the greatest scholar. Because in his arguments with Prakasananda Saraswati and with his arguments with Sarvabhauma, they were completely dumbfounded, nonplussed at the brilliance of Lord Chaitanya and the brilliance of his explanations. So this is sort of the background. I wanted to read a little something from the description by Bhaktivedanta Thakur. It's the prologue to the teachings of Lord Chaitanya. And it sort of describes, Bhaktivedanta Thakur, such a great writer. There's a nice story that Guru Das once was telling Prabhupada that he thought that Bhaktivedanta Thakur was his second favorite writer. And Prabhupada looked at him, and you know how sometimes he would look with his eyes. Why second? So his writing is wonderful, very appropriate for a Western audience. But anyway, this is something he writes about this situation. It says, this is a description of Lord Chaitanya's arrival in Puri. He saw Jagannath in the temple and resided with Sarvabhauma at the request of the latter. Here's how he describes Sarvabhauma. He says, Sarvabhauma was a gigantic pundit of the day. His readings knew no bounds. He was the best Nyayaka, that means the best logician, the best presenter of this Nyaya logic, philosophy of logic. The best Nayak of the times, and was known as the most erudite scholar in the Vedanta philosophy of the school of Shankaracharya. So not only was he a professor of logic, he was also a professor of the teachings of Shankaracharya. So obviously he had tremendous qualifications. He was born, now here's another entity, he was born in Nadia in Vidyanagara. So that means he came from the same place as Lord Chaitanya, which was a kind of coincidence. Or, of course, we don't believe in coincidence, but it was fate, at least. And he taught, it says, innumerable pupils in the Nyaya philosophy in his school there. He had left for Puri sometime before the birth of Nimai Pandit. His brother-in-law, Gopinath Mishra, introduced our new sannyasi to Sarvabhauma, who was astonished at his personal beauty and feared that it would be difficult for the young man to maintain sannyas, dharma, during the long run of his life. So when they met, this was Sarvabhauma's greatest fear, that Lord Chaitanya was so attractive, so beautiful. He was very tall, very golden, very handsome, very beautiful. And it would be difficult for him to maintain his sannyas. So he thought, well, I better teach him Vedanta Sutras, so he'll be philosophically equipped to deal with all the onslaught of other people's attraction. And so it says that Sarvabhauma then requested Mahaprabhu to hear his recitation of the Vedanta Sutras, and the latter tacitly submitted, means very humbly submitted. He heard with silence what the great Sarvabhauma uttered with gravity for 7 days, at the end of which he said, I think you do not understand the Vedanta, for you do not say anything after hearing my recitation and explanations. The reply of Chaitanya, this is like a summary of what we just read. The reply of Chaitanya was that he understood the sutras very well, but he could not make out what Shankaracharya meant by his commentaries. Astonished at this, Sarvabhauma said, how is it that you understand the meanings of the sutras and do not understand the commentaries which explain the sutras? Oh, well, if you understand the sutras, please let me have your interpretations. And then it describes how Mahaprabhu thereupon explained all the sutras in his own way without touching the pantheistic commentary of Shankara. So this was Bhaktivinoda's summary of this situation. I had one other thing, just from a point of view of history. Sarvabhauma was famous during his time, but he had a reputation as a scholar that lasted for centuries. Here is something that was written in 1894. It was published in the Amrita Prasar Patrika, which was the newspaper by Shishya Kumar Ghosh, who was one of the friends of Bhaktivedanta Thakur. And on the occasion of Bhaktivedanta Thakur's retirement from government service, this article was published in the Amrita Prasar Patrika. Now, this is the estimation of whoever wrote for this newspaper, but it gives some idea of the reputation that Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya had achieved. Now, he had a tremendous reputation before he met Lord Chaitanya. Then after meeting Lord Chaitanya, being converted by Lord Chaitanya, his reputation even became greater because he became the greatest Vaishnava of his day, and philosophically so strong that no one could oppose him. So here's what they wrote. The language is a little bit 19th century, but it's nice. It says, there are millions of Hindus who worship Sri Gauranga or Sri Chaitanya, the prophet of Nadia, as the incarnation of God, Sri Krishna. There are millions again who regard him as the greatest saint that the world ever saw, either in modern or ancient times. The adage that no prophet is honored in his own country, that's the adage, no prophet is honored in his own country. But in the case of Sri Gauranga, he was worshipped as God during his lifetime, not only by the ordinary herd, but by such a Hindu savant, calls Bhattacharya a savant, as Vasudev Sarvabhauma, who was then the greatest intellectual man in Nadia and therefore in the whole of India. Nothing more need be said of Vasudev Sarvabhauma than this, that he was the author of a book called Chintamani, Logic, which is still the wonder of the world. Mr. Cowell, late professor of the Presidency College, of course this was the prominent college in Calcutta at the time, used to say that it was simply beyond conception how human intellect could produce such a work as Chintamani. In other words, it was so brilliant that it was hard to believe a human being had written it. And actually, well, as we know now, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, according to the Guru Ganesh Deepika, was the incarnation of Brihaspati. So it really wasn't human intellect which produced this work. So this just gives you some idea of the reverence that people had for this Pandit. Sarvabhauma, he was not an ordinary person, obviously. So it says, the biggest pundits of India paid homage to Sarvabhauma, who had lately removed Puri as the spiritual guide of Raj Pratap Rudra. So the Maharaj Pratap Rudra, he was the pandit of the court of the king. And the king was, at that time, independent and powerful, the king of Orissa, and he had beaten the Muslims in many battles, and his kingdom extended as far as Madras. So he was a very powerful king at the time. And it says, in spite of the brilliant intellect and indomitable will of Sarvabhauma, he was compelled to accept Lord Chaitanya not only as God, but to paint his image on the temple of Jagannath, on which the image still exists. So apparently he was so inspired that he had the the form of Lord Chaitanya painted on the temple of Jagannath Puri. So this is a little history lesson. Sorry if it was, I hope it didn't bore anybody, but this Pandit, this Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was an incredibly influential person. And in those days, the heroes, you could say, the exalted persons, they were exalted not because they had a lot of money or that they had great beauty or something external that would attract people, but they were considered exalted in terms of their learning, in terms of their realization. So sometimes we talk about this contemporary culture evolving in excellence, but actually we can see from this where people in this age are worshipped because of their looks or their wealth. That it's actually a devolution. It's actually a downward spiral. That people are respected simply by money or looks, and we can see this cult of personality, and it's very prominent in today's society. So it wasn't so at the time. So during their discussions, and I'm jumping ahead a little bit now, of course, but there'll be plenty of opportunity to study all these topics more deeply. But during their discussions, they came to this verse that Lord Chaitanya mentions of the Atmarama verse of Srimad Bhagavatam. So this is a very important verse, which I wanted to read because it became a very important point of discussion. Atmaramas chamunayo nirgranta apyurukrame kurvantya hoita kim bhaktim itan bhuta gano hari. It means those who are self-satisfied and unattracted by external material desires are also attracted to the loving service of Sri Krishna, whose qualities are transcendental and whose activities are wonderful. Hari, the personality of Godhead, is called Krishna because he has such transcendently attractive features. Now, this verse came up in the Lord Chaitanya's discussions with the Bhattacharya, because the Lord Chaitanya had revealed to the Bhattacharya in his discussions that this verse was extremely important. And he just explained it in just the word Atmarama in 18 different ways. So at one point, Lord Chaitanya said, actually, there is no fault on the part of Shankaracharya. He simply carried out the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He had to imagine some kind of interpretation, and therefore he presented a kind of Vedic literature that is full of atheism. Addressing Lord Shiva, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, please make the general populace averse to me by imagining your own interpretation of the Vedas. Also cover me in such a way that people will take more interest in advancing material civilization, just to propagate a population bereft of spiritual knowledge. Now this was from the Padma Purana, Uttarakanda 62.31. This was recited by Lord Chaitanya to the Bhattacharya and explaining to him that who Shankara actually was and why and what his mission was. He also went on to this next verse. Lord Shiva informed the goddess Durga, the superintendent of the material world, in the age of Kali, I take the form of a Brahmin and explain the Vedas through false scriptures in an atheistic way, similar to Buddhist philosophy. So this is also from Padma Purana, Uttarakanda 25:7. So when Bhattacharya heard these verses, you can imagine he was very surprised, and it says here that he was stunned. He became stunned and said nothing at this point. So Lord Chaitanya then told him, do not be astonished. Actually, devotional service under the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the highest perfection of human activity. So here was this professor steeped in the atheistic doctrine of Shankaracharya, and he'd never run up across anybody who could explain the verses of Vedanta Sutra with the same skill and same brilliance. But when he heard Lord Chaitanya's explanation, he became completely amazed that this is completely different than everything I've been teaching. You can imagine. Now, this shows something about the character also of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, that here he was meeting with this young sannyasi, and he'd been training hundreds of sannyasis. And this young sannyasi was speaking philosophy in a way which was completely unique, and he'd never heard anything like it before. And he was becoming convinced. He was so honest in this sense. He showed that he had great character, because when he heard the correct explanation, he was so brilliant, but so humble, inwardly humble, that when he heard the right explanation, he accepted it. So this shows that, nowadays it's more common if people have an argument, no one will ever admit they're wrong. And they'll stick to their position no matter how foolish they look. We've seen this in politics. We see it in every sphere of the world, that people don't want to ever accept that they could be wrong or that they've said something wrong. So he was just completely amazed after he heard these verses. And then Lord Chaitanya made this statement: the devotional service under the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the highest perfection of human activity. And for evidence, then, he cites this verse, the Atmarama verse, which was why it was so important, because this verse has so many... Lord Chaitanya was able to explain this verse in so many different ways. But before he did, he asked the Bhattacharya, why don't you explain this verse? Let me hear what you have to say. So the Bhattacharya explained this verse in 9 different ways. And when he finished, Lord Chaitanya said, you're such a great philosopher. No one could explain things in such an amazing way. And then Lord Chaitanya began to explain the verse, and he explained it in 11 different ways, not touching any one of the Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's explanations. In other words, Bhattacharya was still explaining everything from the impersonal point of view. Lord Chaitanya was explaining it from the personalist or the bhakti point of view. And he didn't touch any of the Acharya's explanations. And then he concentrated on the word in the verse, Atmarama. Now, Atmarama means persons who take pleasure. According to the transliteration, Prabhupada gives persons who take pleasure in being transcendently situated in the service of the Lord. They take pleasure in being situated in the service of the Lord, Atmarama. That's their satisfaction. So he explained that particular word, just that one word, in 18 different ways. So when he had completed his explanations, we'll see that the Sarvabhauma became so overwhelmed, so amazed, and so impressed, and so inspired, that he then began to just spontaneously compose verses in glorification of Lord Chaitanya and glorification of Krishna. And this work later became put down in writing. It's called the Shushloka Sataka, 100 verses glorifying Lord Chaitanya. And there are 2 verses by Sarvabhauma which became very well known amongst all the Vaishnavas and are considered very, very important, and they're included in various writings. But those verses were composed on a palm leaf. They didn't have, that was generally how things were recorded in those days, on palm leaves. And Jagadananda, the followers of Lord Chaitanya, Jagadananda Pandit and Damodar Pandit, were asked by Sarvabhauma to take these to Lord Chaitanya. But these verses were actually glorifying Lord Chaitanya as God, which wasn't the mood of Lord Chaitanya. He didn't want to hear himself be referred to as God. So when Mukunda Datta, another follower of Lord Chaitanya, spotted this piece of this leaf, palm leaf, with these verses inscribed, he knew, he had a feeling that the Lord Chaitanya was going to destroy it. Insight. So he wrote them down on the wall just so that they wouldn't be lost, which is why we have them. Otherwise, we would not have them. If they had given that palm leaf directly to Lord Chaitanya, he would have destroyed it on the spot. But here are the verses that were preserved. Vairagya Vidya. Now, some of you probably are familiar with these verses. Vairagya Vidya Nija Bhakti Yoga Shikshartam Eka Purushak Purana Sri Krishna Chaitanya Sharira Dhari Kripam Buddhir Yastang Ahang Prapadye. Let me take shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Sri Krishna, who has descended in the form of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to teach us real knowledge. Now here in this verse, he's directly asserting that Lord Chaitanya is Krishna and has come to teach us. And the verse goes on, his devotional service and detachment from whatever does not foster Krishna consciousness. So that's what Lord Chaitanya has come to teach. Real knowledge, his devotional service and detachment from whatever does not foster Krishna consciousness. He has descended because he is an ocean of transcendental mercy. Let me surrender unto his lotus feet. So the Vaishnavas adore these verses. They love him. And they're such direct glorifications of Lord Chaitanya that, and then the second one, Kalan Nashtang Bhakti Yogam Nijamya Pradush Karatum Krishna Chaitanya Nama Avir Bhutastasya Padaravinde Gadam Gadam Liatam Chitta Bringa, which means, let my consciousness, which is like a honeybee, take shelter of the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who has just now appeared as Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, to teach the ancient system of devotional service to himself. This system had almost been lost due to the influence of time. Now, these verses are included in a book by Kavi Kanapur called Chaitanya Chandrodaya Nataka. So this is some amazing dealings between these great personalities. Brihaspati, you could say, and Krishna, or Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. He became such a devoted servant of Lord Chaitanya that at one point he actually changed a famous verse which had the line Mukti Pade to Bhakti Pade, indicating that bhakti was so much more important than mukti. And Lord Chaitanya corrected him, that's not proper that you've changed that verse. And Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya argued in favor of it so wonderfully that Lord Chaitanya just began to laugh. So they had a wonderful relationship, these two. And we get some idea of, I think that the important thing is that we always think, we see Lord Chaitanya in so many cases in a public sense, was so immersed in Sankirtan Yoga that just the congregational chanting on a mass scale, a mass scale as it was organized in not only in Navadvip, but also in Jagannath Puri, it was the main feature of Lord Chaitanya's movement, this congregational chanting and thousands of people taking part, dancing and chanting in ecstasy. But tactically speaking, sometimes we think, oh, God has no tactics. No, God uses tactics also, like anything, more brilliantly than anyone else could. And his tactic was always to speak to the great influential leaders of his time. We see him preaching to the Kazi in Navadvip, which had tremendous positive effects. We see him preaching to Sarvabhauma. We see him preaching to Prakasananda Saraswati. And these were persons with tremendous influence. And they were Mayavadis. Of course, one was a Muslim, and the other two were Mayavadis. But very brilliant persons and very influential persons. And so Lord Chaitanya tactically would approach them. And how did he approach them? He approached them with humility, pridelessness. And in fact, there's one section in TLC, Teachings of Lord Chaitanya, where it says that it wasn't so much what Lord Chaitanya was saying when he met with the Pragasananda Saraswati and the sannyasis there, but the way he attracted them was that when he entered, he exhibited his effulgence. And of course, we know the Mayavadis are very attracted to effulgence. But then he was so beautiful and so attractive and so effulgent that their hearts were just influenced. It says that he created a kind of a spell. Actually, the word that Prabhupada uses, he created a spell that completely altered their hearts and made them weak for their lack of spiritual advancement. So this is the effect of Lord Chaitanya's company, that people would gain his association, and just by his presence, there was something so sublime and mystical about his presence that their hearts would be altered on the spot. We even hear the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya where he would be chanting, other people would be affected, they would become ecstatic, and then whoever saw those people would become ecstatic, and it became like a chain reaction. This was in his preaching throughout South India. So we have this wonderful meeting between Sarvabhauma and Lord Chaitanya. And Lord Chaitanya is submissively listening. You can sort of imagine the scene. He's submissively listening to the Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya speaking for 7 days without saying a single word. And then admitting finally after 7 days, well, I can't understand what Shankaracharya is saying. The verses seem to be clear, but his explanations, I can't follow it. So you can just imagine this professor who was so steeped in Shankaracharya's analysis was thinking, how could he possibly understand the sutras without these explanations? So that would arouse it. So this is tactical also. You see, it was almost like opening the door to hear Lord Chaitanya's explanations. He would say, I can understand the verses, but whatever Shankaracharya is saying, I don't get it. I don't understand it. Whoa, are you saying that you understand the sutras then, but you can't understand the explanations? Lord said, yeah. And then he said, well, let's hear your explanations then. So in other words, he was more or less almost like, say, tricked or psychologically manipulated in such a way by Lord Chaitanya that he was going to hear what Lord Chaitanya had to say. I mean, because Lord Chaitanya had been very humble in his approach to the Bhattacharya, very respectful, very humble. And he listened submissively and attentively for 7 days. And then he said that. So he was almost compelled to hear Lord Chaitanya's explanation by this tactic. So this can teach us something also about preaching work. That if we're going to approach powerful people, influential people, prominent people, then we have to approach them with some humility and with some respect, not just maybe, hopefully, not with arrogance, not with cocksuredness, but approach them in a humble way and ask them to please, hear these teachings. Be prepared to listen to them to some degree, to gain their friendship or to gain some unity of purpose, and then explain when they actually become interested, when they actually express real interest. And so I think that this is a very important point in preaching work, that we maintain a sense of humility, that we use tactics. And it's not that we're not supposed to use our intelligence. See how Lord Chaitanya, okay, you can argue, well, Lord Chaitanya's God, of course. He's the most intelligent. Yes. But we have to use intelligence and tactics if we want to convince other people of our point of view, of not just our point of view, of the point of view of Lord Chaitanya. that they have to feel, well, this is a humble person, a kind person, a good person, and they're very friendly, they're very accepting. Now let's hear what they have to say. So much of our success in preaching depends upon the impression that we create in the hearts and minds of others. So we have to somehow befriend people and approach them in a very friendly and accepting way, and then find out, whether through those meetings, whether they have some inclination, some sense of inquiry, if there's some actual seeking present in their activities, in their interest, showing their interest, showing their possible receptivity. We have to become sensitive to these things. And if we're too busy talking, we may not notice how they're thinking, how they're feeling, what they're looking for. One thing for sure, they're looking for something sublime. If they're seeking, they're seeking something sublime, something wonderful. And this philosophy, if properly presented, will fill that bill. All right, so I'm going to stop there. See if there's any questions. Questions or comments?
Thank you so much, Ripovelas Prabhu. Very, very nice class, very immersive in your knowledge, and that exchanges between Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya and Lord Chaitanya, very, very relishable. I have some questions from the temple room. Dr.
Okay.
is asking that we hear that Lord Chaitanya gave love to anyone and everyone, but most of his devotees, like Sarvabhauma, have very strong material qualification, and it seems very difficult for people with strong conditioning to properly practice. Does this material pious qualification have some significance for taking to bhakti?
I'm not sure that I understand the question. In other words, are they saying that having a lot of material qualifications is a bar to them accepting Krishna consciousness?
It's saying, is there, how can we have that qualification in order to take on this part of bhakti, especially when they are so strongly qualified materially, and they're able to practice so many aspects of the material world?
Yeah.
Do they require any specific piety, or how is it that they can actually also come to the path of bhakti? Because he's merciful, right? He's all merciful.
Yes, I think the point is that the person has to have actual interest. They have to be actually seeking something higher. If they're seeking something higher, then they'll hear what you have to say. If they're not seeking, if they may have so many material qualifications, but if they're not dissatisfied with their situations, if they're not looking for something more sublime than what they already know, then what can you do? I mean, even Lord Chaitanya, although most people would be attracted by Lord Chaitanya at his time, even qualified people, but if their hearts were not open to hearing something sublime, they also would not take it up. Now, he was so powerful, Lord Chaitanya was so powerful that even a person with the kind of qualifications of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, but remember, what was Sarvabhauma convinced by? He was convinced by the feeling that he had in association with Lord Chaitanya. It wasn't just intellectual word jugglery, but Lord Chaitanya had it all. He had this tremendous, warm, inviting presence, and he had philosophical background. He was the greatest pandit of Nadia. Lord Chaitanya, during his time, was the greatest scholar of his day. He defeated the Digvijay, the famous conquering pandit, and he had met with so many people and had philosophical discussions. But it was always a combination of this incredible feeling that people had in his presence and also background in this tremendous background in philosophy and logic. So as far as we go, we have a duty to learn this philosophy, to study it, become very familiar with it, be able to present it. But at the same time, we have to have a kind of, how to put it, the kind of feeling for the difficulties that other people are experiencing. We have to have compassion, a compassionate heart, an open heart, so that people will feel like they want to associate with us, they want to hear from us. So in other words, you've got to have that such a nice combination of heartfelt sincerity that people can understand and pick up on. And they will. If you're sincere and very heartfelt in your dealings with others, they'll feel that. And then on top of that, know what you're talking about. So there are two things there. I think there's two things that are important in that sense.
Wow, that's so powerful. In fact, it invoked Prayojana Prabhu, as Ian types on here, to say that of the Samaritans and their way of listening to people submissively when they need to be heard. Reminds him of this verse, Trinadapi Sunicha, just being there, listen without judgment. Thank you, Prayojana Prabhu, for that comment.
Yeah, nice point. Thanks, Prayojana. I like that. I think that's so true that really what convinced, say, the sannyasis in Prakasananda Saraswati, what convinced them really was Lord Chaitanya's, his whole presence was so powerful because there was so much compassion, so much feeling, so much, and the fact that he was in an ecstatic state of consciousness, that didn't help, that didn't hurt either. You know, can you imagine, I mean, we, you know, having experienced Prabhupada's presence, people would often practically melt just by being in his association without him having said anything, just by his presence. So just what to speak of, who can imagine what Lord Chaitanya's presence was like? It's just heart altering just to be in his association. And sometimes we see that with devotees, we may be in a depressed or discouraged position. And when we get the association of an advanced devotee, we just immediately feel the feeling within us rises up. You know, we feel enlivened. We feel inspired. So that's the kind of effect we want to have on people. But it requires qualification in both ways, you know, philosophical qualification, but also even more important, I would say, even more important is that heartfelt approach to others. That is really what inspires, I think, people when they get that feeling that here is a person who really cares about me, who's interested in me, who's trying to help me. You know, let me hear what he has to say. Let me be in his company or her company.
Yeah, that feeling of genuine care, for sure. We have one more question from Bhakti Harika.
You're muted, Prabhu. You're muted.
Apologies, I'm muted. I keep on muting because I don't want to have any interference in the background. We have one more question from Bhakti Harika from the temple room. There are two parts to the question. One is, how do we know what real knowledge is? Everyone nowadays is becoming walking, talking Prabhupada. How do we find those internal qualifications in a world full of deceptive or abundant information?
Okay, well, let's leave. Maybe you'll have to repeat that question because everybody's become a walking, talking I'm not sure what she means by that. Could you ask her clarification?
There's a clarification point in that, in the second part of the question. He says, as you mentioned, traditionally it was based on internal qualities. However, even in ISKCON community, we have this situation. There is so much knowledge, it is overwhelming, and yet action is minimal and developing internal qualities slower than serious. So I think that's where she's coming from in terms of how there is so much vast knowledge, there is application abilities, but the actual change in character, actual change in nature seems to be slower in individuals practicing.
Yeah, well, we have to admit our frailties. I think we have to be honest That's the main thing, is honesty. That's what I would say, that if you're honest about sometimes there's a tendency in ISKCON, and not only in ISKCON, in so many spheres of life, that you feel a little intimidated by your own lack of advancement or your own shortcomings that one feels. But rather than trying to pretend that you're advanced, or pretend that you have more knowledge than you do, or pretend that you're more compassionate than you really are, what's really appreciated, I think, by most people is honesty. So if you want to have the greatest effect on others, I would say just be honest with them about yourself, and just humbly present whatever you understand about Krishna consciousness. Don't try to present something you don't even understand. Present those things that you do understand with humility, and be honest about your own shortcomings in presenting this message. Then people will respond to that, because people look for, in an age where most good qualities are absent, honesty at least is appreciated. At least it's appreciated by people who are honestly looking for something. So, I think honesty is so important. In other words, don't pretend to be something you are not. Just try to be honest and try to be sincere. If you're sincerely trying to help somebody and you're very honest about your own shortcomings, then you'll be able to reach them. Anyway, that's one way to answer the question. I'm sure there are many other ways to answer it. I just got another question.
Not judge others too much.
And also, I think another point. I just had a good assist from my wife, that she said also, not judging, be non-judgmental. When you meet with people, don't judge them. Be open, and also the devotees. Rather than judging them as being insincere or faking it, or just try to understand their hearts. Yeah. I'll tell one story that I think you might find amusing. When Guru Kripa Maharaj was I think he was a brahmachari at the time, and he was trying to make life members in India. And he came from a very rough background, and from San Francisco, I believe it was. And so he was preaching to these two people, trying to make the Indian gentlemen, trying to make them life members. And they began to argue with him, because they had their own ideas about philosophy. And Guru Kripa was a bit of kind of an aggressive sort of personality. So they began arguing with him, because they sensed that he didn't really know that much about what he was talking about. So there was this argument going on, and he was becoming quite hot under the collar and was shouting. And so they said, "Oh, what kind of sadhu are you? You're getting angry. You're not able to control your senses, and you're becoming angry." And Guru Kripa replied, he said, "This is nothing." He said, a few months ago, I would have punched you in the face." And so they liked his answer so much, because it was honest. He was saying, I was much worse a few months ago. I'm shouting now, I'm angry. But a few months ago, I would have been punching you. So they loved his honesty so much that they agreed to become life members. So I'm just saying, by that honesty, they were encouraged to help him. So people appreciate honesty. Anyway, I think I'm just repeating that. And I think it is very important to not judge others, but to try to see to the heart of those persons, to see where their hearts actually are. I mean, some people you can't help because they're not interested. They're satisfied with wherever they are in their evolution as jivas. Sometimes you can't make any progress with some people, but people who are actually seeking, if you're very honest, very sincere, and a little humble in your presentation, they'll take an interest. Anyway, I hope that was helpful.
That was very, very helpful. And please extend our gratitude and obeisances to Mataji as well there. Next time maybe you can present present both of you on screen. That'll be really,
I don't think she's a fan of being seen, but she's a wise person. Yeah.
amazing. Thank you. That's amazing responses. They're very, very powerful. And as you can see from the comments, devotees are appreciating it very much. And we're so privileged to actually have you with us.
All right. Never mind that.
Honestly, I think it's very rare that we have this technology. Coronavirus is here, but that doesn't mean that we can't have association with amazing personalities like yourself.
Oh well, listen, we have like 3 minutes left. Is there any other questions that anybody wants to ask?
Yes, if a devotee is online or from the temple room, if they want to ask, you can unmute yourself and actually ask your question. If you have anything to ask to Prabhuji. We've been amazingly relishing the classes here and your association also. Anyone online want to ask any other questions? It was quite telling how Lord Chaitanya, as you've explained, non-judgmental with lots of humility. And Ian Prabhu's asking the similar sort of question where I was just about to come to that. And actually, he's saying how to actually cultivate that humility.
Okay, great question. Some people think, well, look, either you have humility or you don't. But the fact is, honesty, humility is actually realistic. If you think about it, if you're realistic about where you're at, about what your state of consciousness, what your state of internal development is, if you're just realistic about it, you realize, what is that realization? That you're just a tiny speck in the universe, that you're just that you don't know that much, that you're not that great, that you're not that particularly qualified. That's called being realistic. So humility, if you just, I think, if you're going to cultivate something, cultivate, realism, not a fantasy about how you're going to be advanced one day, or imagining that you're already advanced, when in fact, you have a doubt inside that that's realistic. I think being realistic means that you will be humble. If you actually know how little you know, that's a kind of wisdom in itself, is to know that you know very little, and that you haven't. All you have to offer is this Krishna consciousness, which is a very wonderful thing that you have to offer. So recognize your own shortcomings, but still offer this great gift, because it's so sublime. I know once there was a girl in San Francisco, I'll just end on this note, and she was saying, what about my mind? What about my mind? Because she was obviously intoxicated and in a state of distress. And Prabhupada said, I have no other formula. I have nothing else than this Krishna consciousness. I have no other formula, nothing else to offer you. So in other words, you make a humble offering of whatever you've learned about Krishna consciousness, and I think people will generally be happy with that. And as far as cultivating humility, I think it's just cultivating realism. Okay. Thank you all very much. That was fun, at least for me. I hope that you got something out of it, and hopefully we can meet again.
That was an amazing class, Prabhuji. We wish you that you come back with us again very, very soon and share some more nuggets of amazing information and how you've just presented this philosophy, especially such complex philosophy, with so much ease and nectar for us. Thank you so much. His Grace Rupavilas Prabhu Ki Jai. Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Devotee, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Prabhuji, for wonderful class. Hare Krishna.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Haribol.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming along, and despite my shortcomings. Hare Krishna.
Everyone, thank you. And again, we'll have another class tomorrow. We'll see you again all tomorrow. Hare Krishna, everyone.
Krishna. Hare Krishna.